Welcome to the UK and Ireland Women Techmakers celebration of International Women's Day. This year, instead of hosting individual events, we're delighted to host a regional event organized by Women Techmakers chapters from across the UK and Ireland. International Women's Day occurs on March 8th every year and marks a moment to celebrate and provide visibility for the incredible contributions of women around the world and is a call to action for accelerating gender parity. We'd like to say a big thank you to all of our speakers for giving up their time to share their work and wisdom with us. We're very proud to be able to give you the opportunity to learn something new today. And with so many to listen into, we know there's something here for everyone. This year, our theme is based on the incredible strength and power women have shown in face of adversity. We recognize that there are tremendous challenges over the past year, especially for women, from dealing with COVID to broader issues of racial justice and human rights. But we remain hopeful about the future and the belief that together our community can create positive change throughout the world. We are also offering the opportunity to win some prizes. We have one pair of Sony headphones and two Google Nest Minis up for grabs. For a chance to win, simply post your thoughts of the event on Twitter using the hashtag IWD UKI21. Winners will be drawn at random after the event and contacted via Twitter. Don't worry if you miss anything. All of the talks will be available on YouTube channel after the event. Before we get started, it's important to know that this event follows the Google Community Guidelines and anti-harassment policy that you can find at bit.ly UKI COC. We ask that all attendees are respectful and courteous to each other and to the speakers. That's it from me. All that's left for me to say is enjoy the talks we've got lined up for you, and thank you for supporting brilliant women in tech. There's a lot of sessions that will happen today. This is just the agenda for this morning sessions. So we will have a 1-hour workshop and followed by a 15-minute lightning talk. So the first workshop of today is hosted by Yo-Yu Lee, building a Discord bot and hosting on App Engine. You should join on bit.ly IWD workshop. Make sure when you join to close the YouTube tab so that you don't get double sound. Yep, should be on now.
already have this poll bot installed on this server. And if I type plus poll, did you enjoy getting up early on Saturday morning? And there's a specific syntax I need to follow. So this bot automatically adds like 3 reactions, like either sum up, sum down, or whatever. So the idea is that your fellow community members can vote on this question according to their preference. And similarly, you can also add some options to it. But obviously, this is a more complicated Discord bot, but this gives you an idea of what you can use Discord bot for. And the language we're going to use in the workshop is Python. But if you prefer other languages, like as long as there's a Discord SDK for that language, for example, Node.js, you can use pretty much the same method and just switch to the other language. For example, if you're using JavaScript, you just need to, instead of using discord.py, you just use discord.js library. It's very easy. And I will go through this notebook very quickly. Actually, I already have it open here. So if you haven't used Colab before, Colab is like a hosted Python Jupyter notebook on the cloud. Once you open this notebook, you will probably need to make a copy. You can save a copy in Drive, for example. It makes it a little bit easier for you to manage. Also, you get a copy in your Drive. And if when you open Colab, you don't see the outline, you can just simply press this button, and it gives you like just a really nice outline, a structure of this workshop, the exercise you need to do. And the format of the workshop is pretty much you are on your own, but of course I will be here to answer your questions. So later I will give you the link of this notebook, and you can just hopefully follow along. And if you get stuck anywhere, or if you have any questions, just feel free to ping me on Google Meet. I will answer your questions. Also, this notebook, this is the first time I run this workshop. So if you get stuck somewhere, it may not be your problem. It could be just an issue with this notebook. So there's absolutely no stupid question, and feel free to ask me any question you have while we do this exercise. So that's pretty much this workshop. So let's see. So let's summarize. So first, the thing is, if you want to use the shared Google Cloud project, fill in this Google form and let me know the email address that you use for Google Cloud so I can give you necessary permissions. And then go to this notebook. I will make a copy of the link soon, and go to this notebook and make a copy of the notebook and follow the exercise on the notebook step by step. And if you have any questions or get stuck anywhere, you can ask me. That's pretty much the structure of this workshop. So for the next 45 minutes or so, you will be at your time to do this exercise. Okay, so now I will just share this link to you. So does anyone have any questions so far?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And so I saw there are 2 responses in the Google form so far. So I'm just giving you access now. So Olga, your account should be ready to use now. So if you go to the Google Cloud Console, so that is, let me see, yeah, Google Cloud Console. If you go to this Google Cloud Console, you should be able to switch your project. If you can't see this exact project, you should be able to see it in the All tab. And there's one called Workshop 307011. So just click this button, you should be able to switch the project. And there's someone called, I think the email address starts with Gil. And it seems like this email you give me is not associated with the Google account yet. So you'll have to go to the Google Cloud Console and register. So first you probably need to register Google account. I'm not sure about that yet. But I think
Yeah.
yeah. Hi.
Gillett Go Seniors?
Sorry?
You mean Gillett Go Seniors, that it's not associated with an account?
Yes. No. Yes, that's the correct email address. It's not associated with a Google account.
Okay, so I will just register. It's funny, but because we have an account at the Google Console, but
Okay, so if it's your G Suite account, I guess, yeah, it's probably easier to use a personal one because you may have like organizational restrictions.
okay, so okay, so I will give you the private account in a second, okay?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So does anyone have any questions or have issues following the workshop? Just checking. So there are a few new responses. I'm just giving you access now. Sorry, Olga, I could see you were on mute, but I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was reading later on the workshop, and I was saying that we need an access to a Discord server, or should we create our own one?
Oh, yes. So you probably need your. So let me try to do something. Yeah, it's probably easier if you create your own one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think everyone should be able to access this project now. It's relatively easy to create your own Discord server. So if you already have the Discord app, you can just click here, add a server, and it will prompt create my own. And you may have issues when you wanted to deploy the app if you're using a shared project, because in each Google project, we can only have one default service. So if you're lucky, if you are the first one who come to this step, you will not have any issues. But if you do have issues, just add a service name. Like you can name it as your as you wish. For example, I can name it as yo-yo sport. Yeah, if you come to this step, and I'll show you how. So basically, if we don't name the service, it will just create a service named the default. But since there are multiple of us using the same Google project, we can only have one default service. So for the following services, we just need to name it. So if you have questions, don't be shy. We still have about half an hour left. Hi, B. If you joined later, the format of the workshop is that we follow a notebook. I exercise on the notebook myself, and if you have questions, you can ask me. So I can, if you just joined, I can pin you the link to the notebook again. And Lilia, I saw you just fill in the Google form. I'm just giving you the access now. Yes, that's a correct notebook you need to follow. So yeah, at some point you will need to go to Google Cloud Console, and you already have this access.
It is okay to deploy this app using this project, right?
Yes, you just need to name the service like this. So in your app.yaml, you just need to add one line that is called service and the column space and a name that you want. Because the reason for that is we are using this shared project, and I already deployed a service that is called default. So if you want to deploy your own service, not overwriting the previous one, you have to name it as in a way that can differentiate yourself.
Okay, service.
I can see your bot now, your service now, Olga. So does it work?
Yeah, it's there. I think I have one problem now when I'm interacting with the bot and I say hello, it tells me world twice, so world. I don't know if I'm running it.
What does it say? World?
Yeah, so it replies world, but it replies twice.
I think that's probably in your code somehow. So
no. Yeah. I think, yeah, I only have it once. I don't have it twice.
Okay. You have two. Okay. So that issue is so you do have this entry point line.
Let me check. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is you get two replies.
Yeah.
And so have you stopped the bot that's running on your local computer?
Yeah, I had stopped it because I was entering other commands. But
so that probably just could simply mean that you have two bots running at the same time.
Okay, I think now it's fixed.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe while I was deploying something, it was still running the old one, but okay, now it's fixed.
No worries. And so now you only have one version of the service here.
Yeah.
So sometimes it does happen because Google Cloud App Engine is a distributed service. So sometimes when you update a version, it may happen that it takes some time to actually stop the previous versions and update it to the new versions across the App Engine service. But since you have one version, I think the likely cause would be you're running one version on your local computer, or with Python, if you didn't add the entry point line, I think by default it actually starts two workers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the it's just the behavior of the App Engine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all works now. Thank you very much for helping.
And yeah, that's great. So you only spent about half an hour to get the whole service working. That is quite remarkable.
I wish I had known it was that easy. Sometimes you see and you think that these things are complicated, but only in these good instructions.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you like to, you can actually try to make your bot do something more, more productive or more useful. For example, instead of reply to like every message starts with hello, maybe reply something selectively.
Yeah, I think I will definitely try to find enhancements in this. I'll probably try to move it outside of your project. So I assume that at some point you will need to delete those. So in order to keep it alive, I'll move it somewhere else. Cool.
From some reason, I get OAuth 2 application does not have a bot. How come?
So can you copy and paste me that error again? If you can you paste it in the chat window? OAuth2 application does not have a bot. It sounds like it's error message replied from Discord. So if you go to your Discord developer portal, so you go to your Discord developer portal. I'd like you to maybe double check. So first of all, I assume you have created a bot here. So if you go to this portal and select your application and then click bot in the left-hand side menu.
Actually, when we try to add a bot, we got a message that too many users have this username. Please try another.
Too many users with so maybe you just need to use another username, because this username will be the name that you see in this Discord server. So since we are I don't know what exactly going on here. So
okay, change it. And then add a bot, let's see.
So to answer the question, you don't see the screen I'm on. So if you go to this link and first of all, you need to have a Discord account. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just answering questions from another participant here. Don't worry. Yeah. So, and then you will see the applications and all the applications you as a Discord developer has developed. And if you the applications, you need to create your new application. And if you already created application, you need to click on the application name. And here is just the name of your application. And if you want to create a bot, you need to actually click bot here. And you don't have a bot button called create a bot or build a bot, like something like that. And you create your own bot and specify a username. And this username will be the name you later will see in the Discord server. And very important is you also need to give permission to your bot to access the server you want it to access. So what happens when you create a bot that you just really just created a bot that has a set of credentials? You can think a bot is like a user, just like you. The user has a name, has password to log on to Discord. But just like you need to actually join the servers as well. So the bot needs to join the servers too. And a bot can join multiple servers as well. So after you created the bot, you need to go to the OAuth2 menu. So I think that may related to the issue OAuth2 application does not have a bot message. So you need to choose scope bot and then choose for this simple exercise, we just need to give it one permission, that is send the message. And once you tick these two boxes, you will be given this is a unique URL for you to authenticate this bot to a server, to any server that you have permission to. So you can see like when I tick the different permissions, this permission number actually changes. So this is, if you are very familiar with Discord, you actually don't need to come to this interface to generate this URL, but it's just easy. It's just easier to do if we come to this page. So, and then I copy this one and I put in a new tab. And then I can choose to give permission to this bot in a specific server. So for me, I'm the admin of these two Discord servers. So I can just give permission, for example, to this sandbox server. So and you continue and carry on. So for that OAuth message, this is what I would double check. And so for Olga, if you're interested in deploying a poll bot on your own server, there's another GitHub repository I made before. So it also you can also deploy an app engine, and it also uses another Google Cloud service called the Secret Manager. So if it's something you'll be interested in the future, you can take.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll definitely have a look. Thank you.
No worries. So we have about 5 minutes left. Any last minute questions?
Thank you everyone so much. This is really fun.
Thank you. Thank you, bye. And if you have any questions, welcome to find me on LinkedIn or Twitter.
I have one last question. Is there any support for other languages, including the one from a right to left, such as Hebrew or Arabic?
You mean this?
No, the code, and that the bot will support user who wanted to use Hebrew.
I believe yes, because personally I work with Chinese language, which is also is a Unicode.
Next, we're going to have a lightning talk from Rona. Don't over design it.
Hey everybody, can I start? Ashley, can I start?
Yep.
Okay. So hi everybody, I'm gonna talk today about over design. Just a sec, okay. So I'm Rona. I'm a software engineer and a manager, and I'm from Israel. I'm working at Mixtiles. It's a cool startup. You can look it up to see what we're doing. And you can find me on Twitter at @LankriRona. And let's start. So I want to start with a short story about two groups of people, one group of engineers and one group of teenagers. They both were given a mission to cross a river. So both groups sat down and started thinking how to cross that river. The group of engineers sat down and brainstormed and start thinking about building a bridge. So they start drawing the bridge and design it and calculate the loads the bridge will gonna have. And they started drawing like a massive bridge construction. And the group of teenagers sat down and said, okay, we need to cross the river, let's build a boat. So they've built a boat and they crossed the river. And once they got to the other side, the group of engineers were still drawing and calculating and designing. So now I can start talking about over design. When we're building a two-story building, we don't set the foundations for the 50th floor, right? So the same should be applied to software design. We want to keep things as simple as we can. When we're over designing a system or anything, actually, it costs us double. Once in the developing time that we're the time that we are actually gonna set on developing the system that we designed, and second, in maintenance. Once we have a system running, we have a maintenance to do, and I'm not even gonna talk about product changes and that we're gonna have along the way that will cause us to we design small parts of the system, and if we did, like if we over design and the system, we have a lot of parts in the system that are not really necessary, it will cost us a lot of time. So I'm gonna talk today about how to identify it. I will give some tools for identifying over design and how to avoid it. And I'm gonna give some do's and don'ts. So we're gonna see some examples from my real life, and with each example will have a guiding question. Okay, so I've promised some tools to avoid it. Let's start. Our guiding question, our first guiding question is, do we really need it? And this is our first example. In a former company I've worked in, we were asked to build a system to find data duplications. We have a lot of data that we got from one of our customers, and we needed to find a way to decide to find the data duplications, and then once we found data duplication, to decide what we're going to do with this duplication, how to solve a conflict of a data conflict if we have, and how do we want to decide which data we're going to use, if we want to use the newer data or the more reliable data source. And we had to handle many edge cases. So we sat down, a group of engineers, we brainstormed and started designing our system, and we came up with a really good design. And we spent on this thing like a few days. And after a few days, we had a meeting with this customer that gives us the data. And in the meeting, it appears that he can give us the data without duplications. So do we really need it? Not always. Our guiding question number 2 is, who is going to use it? In a different company with a different team, we were responsible on a few services, and we had a new API to plan. So for one of our services, we wanted to create a new and generic API, which was really exciting. We sat down all the team. We got a very long list of requirements for this API. It had to fit all our service users. The requirement, again, is to be very generic and to have minimum restrictions on the params and the body. And it, again, caused us to handle many edge cases. So this time we sat down, we brainstormed, we designed the API, we've implemented it. And after a month and a half or something like that, we have launched the API, which was really good. We were really proud of our new API. But after a while, it appears that we had only one user. So who is going to use it? Keep that in mind when designing a system. Our third guiding question is there a simpler way? Now, imagine you're working in a small startup, not the currently startup I'm working in, and you start designing your system, and your system is about weather forecasting. So you sat down, you and the second engineer you have with you in the very small startup, and you start designing your system. So you're starting to draw your microservices. You're going to have one service for crawling the data, from the web, and other service for processing all this data, and a third service for presenting the forecast. And you present it to your CDO and he likes it, and you're about to start implemented it. In this example, I want to show that even microservices can be over-designed sometimes. It has this, it's a really good methodology, of course, but it has its disadvantages. You're gonna have communication. You need to deal with communication between your services. You have to maintain this API for communicating between services and be backward compatible, and it has a lot of overhead. And while if you was thinking about a simpler way, you can come up with two services or even a monolith. Of course, you're going to have to write it properly and with have the clean code principles in your mind. But it can definitely start as a monolith and with maybe different models, and just do the simplest thing that you could possibly think on. And if after 6 months the startup still exists, go ahead and split it through microservices. So I've promised some do's and don'ts. So my first do is focus on the problem. Always have the problem you're solving in front of you. It will keep you focused. The second one is keep it simple. I talked about it, of course, but when designing a system, start simple and stay as simple as you can. And my don't is don't plan for theoretic needs, just for what you really, really need. Let's go back to the river story. How could you avoid over design in this case? All you need to do is ask yourself those 3 simple questions. Do we really need it? Who is going to use it? So do we really need a massive bridge construction to cross the river? Probably not. Who is going to use it? Do we have trucks for crossing the river, or are we going to cross the river? And is there a simpler way? Of course there is. We can even swim across the river. So I hope after this talk, the 50th floor foundation won't be set unless really, really needed. And I want to finish up with a sentence. Always implement things when you actually need them, never when you just think you may need them. Thank you very much. I was Vorna, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Rana.
Thank you.
Yeah, now we're going to have a break of about 10 minutes. So see you all at 11:30 a.m.
Hello everyone, I'm Chiara. I will be your host for the next fourth session, and let me introduce you the next speakers. She will take us through why diversity matters in tech. So over to you, Chiamaka.
All right, thank you so much. And just all right, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be presenting on this talk, Why Diversity Matters in Tech. So just a brief introduction. My name is Chemako Kinwa. I'm a software engineer. I've been working as a software engineer for about 2 years now, and I've mostly been involved in the developer communities. I have served as a co-organizer for OnStack Africa, and also a co-organizer for the JVM Nigeria group. So feel free to reach out to me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. My Twitter handle and LinkedIn is actually on my bio. So let's just get right into the talk. Before I start preparing the slides, I had to ask myself this question: why diversity in the first place? Why should we even care? Why does it even matter? And I think it tailored me back to an experience I had during my final interview for an internship role at a company, and I just happened to be the only girl. So I remembered I started asking myself questions like, do I even belong here? Am I even supposed to be here in the first place? And it just made me lose confidence in myself. And that was when I realized the huge gender gap in the tech industry, most especially for women. So I came across this definition by Merriam-Webster, and it just simply says that diversity is the inclusion of different types of people. It could be people from different race, people from different cultures, people from different backgrounds in a group or in an organization. So in real sense, diversity simply means inclusion. Inclusion is a feeling of belonging. It's an effort that's ingrained into the ethos of a company or an organization where everyone can say, oh, I belong here. Oh, I feel like I'm accepted here, regardless of wherever they're coming from or whatever their backgrounds are. Inclusion is simply equal treatment and a welcoming environment for everyone. So the real question now, which is why are we failing? And just before we get to that, I have some interesting facts, which states that in 2016, women only held 25% of all computing jobs in the United States. In 2018, there were fewer than 1 in 5 women in tech roles. And according to a study by Harriet, women usually just receive lower salaries compared to their male counterparts for the same job or the same role at a company. Women are also known to hold 16% of senior level tech jobs and only 10% in executive roles. And this is quite interesting because we're seeing that in most companies, women are usually or less represented and all the minority groups as well. So I have a chart with me here, which is basically the employee race and ethnicity in some top tech companies in the US. And we can see that most of the less percentages would go to minority groups like the Blacks, the Hispanics, or the mixed people from different backgrounds or culture. And this has posed to be a major problem, especially in the tech industry. So first of all, we need to understand why we're failing in the first place. And one of the reasons why we're failing is because of role models, leadership, and false narratives. I remember when I started my journey into tech, I would always go online to look out for people who I felt were like me. And most of the time here in Nigeria, most likely, we didn't have enough women that were represented in the tech space. And this tends to lead to a false narrative whereby people would believe that to be in the tech space, you probably have to be, it was just a space whereby it was mostly for males or mostly for people from a particular set of race, and which is actually different. So, and most of the time we associate with technology that are largely, or basically we associate with a certain race that are largely maybe due to one particular gender known as the male or maybe the white people in the first place. So another important factor to consider is the pay gap. A lot of companies are not really being transparent about the data. And most of the time, women are always known to be paid in lower in terms of salaries compared to their male counterparts in the first place. So this has proved to be a major problem. And mostly this is the fact that people would definitely work the same hours and still earn less. And a lot of people would not be happy about it in the first place, knowing that, oh, there's somebody out there who's working the same job as me in the same space, but definitely earning higher than I do. It also breeds imposter syndrome and confidence. Imposter syndrome is probably something a lot of people would have struggled with at some point in their life. I know I struggled with imposter syndrome at some point, and it was just mostly because sometimes I had to start getting used to the fact that I would definitely be the only girl in the room, or getting used to the fact that I might only be the Black person in a particular place. And sometimes it makes you lose confidence and you're asking yourself certain questions that, do I even belong here in the first place? So this has proven to be a major problem. And this is just some of the problems that I've highlighted to understand why we're failing to have a diverse environment in the first place. So why does it matter? Well, it matters because diversity breeds innovation. When you're working with people from diverse backgrounds, or when you're working in an environment that's very inclusive, people tend to share new insights. People have new perspective. People that are coming from different race would definitely have something new to share. So with that, there happens to be a lot of innovation in a company or in an organization. We're able to solve problems faster. And we're able to solve problems faster because we are in the midst of people that are really different. So everyone has their own idea, or everyone always has something new to bring to the table. Diverse teams build better products. As a company or as an organization, you don't want to just build products for a particular group of people. You want to build products that are inclusive, products that everyone can be able to use. And that's why you need a diverse workplace in the first place to be able to get the best out of that, because people are really different, and people would definitely bring something new to the table in the first place. So diversity makes your team more creative. Diversity enables you to attract talent. As a company, most of the time, you might be limited to a certain demographic, but then again, you want to be able to attract talent from people that are from minority groups in the first place. So when you have a diverse work culture, you're able to attract talent from basically anywhere in the world, from people that come from any race or any background in the first place. So how can we do better in our society? I think, first of all, we can start by advocating for diversity. It starts from myself, it starts from anyone that's watching this right now. We should be able to be the voice of change in our workplace. We should be able to talk about things like this even when they're happening. Another way we can do better is being able to be transparent about our salary earnings. And this goes out to companies as well. People need to know, oh, okay, what is the pay range for this particular role, regardless of whether I'm female or I'm male. We can also combat toxic work culture while learning on the job, because when you are in an inclusive environment, it's just a place where you're accepted. It's just a place where you feel like you have something to contribute and everything matters. We can also start by encouraging examples in the field, which was quite interesting that on Women's Day, a lot of companies came out to be able to encourage more women, especially in the tech space. They started recognizing more women in their fields, even women that were making, little impact in one way or the other were being recognized. And it's important to not only do this on, days like that would have such recognition, but also to be able to do this every day. It starts from being able to recognize an employee for the awesome work he has contributed to a particular project. I feel like things like this would be very important, especially when it comes to raising role models for people in the field. We can also change our hiring practices. So for a lot of companies that hire people maybe from a particular demographic, we could lean forward and changing that. We could lean forward and being able to hire people from minority groups as well, hiring more women, advocating for more women also in the tech space. I feel it's really, really important. And with that, we would be able to have more women that would come out and say, oh, I'm interested in joining this particular role, or I'm interested in working on this particular project because I've seen someone that has done it in the first place. It's really, really important to know that we can have role models in the field. So in conclusion, these are just some of the initiatives that are taking place to boost diversity in tech. It takes people of all backgrounds, people like you, people like me, people like anyone that's out there to be able to continue to push this conversation forward. Although it's going to take some time before tech to be as diverse as we like, I feel like we will get there sooner than later when we start recognizing and being open to listening to different perspectives. So first of all, I want to say thank you once again for having me, and I'm hoping to see more advocacy for diversity in this tech space. Thank you so much, and this is the end of my talk.
Hi. Thank you so much. That was really great.
Hi.
Do we want to have 5 minutes for questions?
Okay.
Let's see if we have any question coming in, or otherwise. Okay. I think I don't see any questions coming in, so I think we can just crack on. Thank you again. I think your talk was very inspiring, and everyone can just do their bit for for a better workplace and a better future.
Yeah.
So
Thank you so much.
thanks again, and I will just move on to the next talk.
All right.
Share my screen. So let's Svetlana. Hi, how are you? Hi, Svetlana, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. So over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for having me. My talk would be focused on databases, and we would try to discover a database that you never knew you would need. So in our talk, we would briefly touch upon history of databases, describe different types of databases, starting from relational databases and moving towards very exotic kinds such as object-oriented databases. And at the end, we would describe why we actually need to use databases and what advantages do they bring. So to start, a couple of words about me. I'm a data management specialist. I've been around data and databases all my life. I have around 15 years of experience in industry, and I'm very passionate about the topic, as you can see. So let's start with a question. What would you take to a desert island? It should be something without which our normal life probably would be impossible, something that we are using pretty much on a daily basis, and something on which our services and vital communication rely on. So it sounds like a database to me. Data now is everywhere. It's growing in increasing pace. We're using data to construct an AI model. We're using data for analytics of our purchasing decisions. We're using data for recommendations on our next book that we want to read, and so on. A report Age of Data 2025 predicts that by 2025 there would be 175 zettabytes of data available in the world. So to put it in perspective, to download that much of data, you would need around 1.8 billion of years with current speed of an internet. So as you can see, variety and velocity of data is humongous, and even more increasing becomes a problem on where we're storing it, how we're storing it, and what type of security and residency of data we can employ. So let's look briefly in the history of databases and how they developed to its current state. So in 1970, a professor Code wrote a paper describing a novel way how to structure a databases. He described a way to place a data into the tables that could be interjoined, and that allowed to store data, each piece of data only once in the database. It was very important because, first of all, it allows the system to query all the data available in the data set and retrieve an answer for any question that you pretty much want to ask a system, as long as the data was available in the data set. But more importantly, in the 1970s, storage was a very precious commodity, and minimalize the storage usage and redundancy of data was very, very important. In a couple of years' time, a scientist in UCL Berkeley decided to implement a system based on this paper, and so Ingress database was developed. At first, it was using a language called Quirrell to actually place the queries into the database. But a couple of years later, it was replaced by SQL, which is a structure language that used everywhere now, and we would be talking a lot about this in our talk. So by 1980s, relational databases become quite dominant. They allow to perform so-called transactions, and they also were targeted towards like operational workloads, so-called OLTP. So in our example, in our presentation, we would use a bookshop example to illustrate our kind of like different type of databases. So as you can see on a diagram, for rational databases to reflect purchases and new books arriving into a bookshop. For example, owners can construct a database having a table for books, table for publishers, authors, and customers. That would allow to record any purchases that is done, any new books coming to the store, as well as customer information for future contacts. So those databases were mainly designed to kind of like handle day-to-day operations and collect the data. They had many advantages, and over the years they added such features as transactions to separate pieces of work that you're doing into database and handle them as a single unit. That allowed for better recoverability of the databases. Also, such features as a table joins were created, which allowed to query, for example, all the information about authors and which books they created in a, one single request to a database. They also had an indexes, which is a structures that allow very efficient way how we can query tables inside a database. So all this allow rational databases to grow in popularity with systems. But because a lot of data was collected and a lot of historical data was stored in the databases, there was a growing demand towards creation of a system that would allow to analyze and query those data very efficiently. And rational databases, they were not designed for actually this type of analytical workload. And so OLAP systems was created. So for our bookshop example, for example, and owners of a bookshop can group all the sales per quarter, for example, or per particular city if they have a chain of shops, and they can slice and dice this data for the analysis to gain some insights. And OLAP systems were exactly designed to perform this type of operations. Another type of databases was developed in order to query and access a huge amount of data in very efficient way. And they were called column-oriented databases. Those databases are mainly they have the similar structure and idea as the rational databases, but the main difference is how they store information. Normal rational databases have row-oriented tables, meaning that all information for particular entity, such as a book, would be stored in one row, similar as you would have in normal tables like in Excel or anywhere. But for column-oriented databases, they store data in the forms of columns, which would allow to access a big amount of data, for example, for a particular year in one go, and retrieve it very fast to the people who needed this information. So that way how the data is stored allowed to query data in more efficient way, preserving the resources and preserving like a CPU and other resources a database system would need in order to operate. But nonetheless, of all of these improvements in rational databases and additions of a new type of databases, there was still an argument that databases was created to mainly handle operations in one single servers or machines. So they were not really designed, to scale in terms of a horizontal scaling. They were designed to run on a proprietary, very expensive hardware with lots of memory and so on. And also they were designed for a data that was quite well defined and had a structure in it. So for example, you would create a schema in your table and you would say, these fields are needed and I'm expecting a data to be presented in a certain format. So to address all these issues, NoSQL databases was developed. And they were able to handle non-structured data, which would become like more and more prominent. For example, you can store documents, you can store pictures or videos in a database. And because those databases were using mainly commodity hardware, they allowed for cost-efficient way to actually scale them. So main differentiator of NoSQL databases is the move from a standalone kind of like machines that handle databases to a set of to a cluster with set of nodes that operates as a single system, but actually underneath it have many machines with commodity hardware that actually allow it to run physically. Another differentiator was that these databases didn't require a very structured way how a schema is placed. So there was kind of like variety how you can specify a document, what fields you want to include in it. Or for example, if you're not very interested in kind of like a relationship between data itself and you want to store, for example, only key and values, you can use key value stores for that. We would talk about them a bit later. So all of this allows NoSQL databases to become like weapon of choice, if you see, for a web development. And so we would look at a couple of examples of different types of NoSQL databases that are prominent at the moment. So we will start with graph databases. The main focal point of differentiating point is that they store in a relationship between objects. So they designed to support a graph theory, and what they're trying to do is to preserve a relationship between different entities inside database and store them perpetually inside the database system. And so querying those relationships and determining of these relationships becomes really easy. So this type of database is really suited for storing data that have a lot of interconnections and have a complexity of kind of like dependency between different items. So for our use case of a bookshop, for example, we can say that a particular book was written by an author, but then, for example, one of the customers commented or recommended it, and we can say save those relationships inside database. Another use cases that graph databases are very good for example, from fraud detection, master data management, knowledge graphs, and so on. And one very interesting use case for graph databases are natural language processing, where you can take a text and you can create adjacency graph with the words. For example, a book word is near the word describe, and that one is near the word life, and so on. And you can create a word counts, or you can have a word pairing between words derived from the text, or you can have a context similarity analysis between different kind of like pieces of text or different comments. And this is very useful, for example, when we trying to analyze sentiment or create recommendation engines. In case of a bookshop, for example, a bookshop owners can derive attack words from the pieces of text that was used to describe the book, or they can analyze recommendations, how receptive clients toward this book, or they can, for example, create a summary of a book content if they want to kind of like advertise a book with that as well. Another type of databases are document stores. Those databases, they operate with documents that can be very varied in terms of like content that is inside them. For example, you can have different books having different document types assigned to them based on a genre of a book. So you would have a cookbook would have information about what type of cuisine it would have, or what type of dishes you can cook with with the recipes from this book, and so on. But for example, another type of book, like a reference book, would have what type of information is there, which field it is describing, and so on. So basically, documents don't have a predefined structure that database expects them to be, and they can be varied in terms of a size as well as in terms of information that you place in them. Another type of NoSQL databases is wide column stores. They actually have all the same kind of like information as that expected in relational databases. You would have rows, you would have columns, and you would have values inside them. But the main difference is that a set of columns that each row would have will be different. And those databases, that they allow to store petabytes and petabytes of data and query them in a very effective way. They also targeted towards use cases where you're not expecting to have a lot of analytical or a lot of kind of like interconnection between data. They kind of like purely addressing a use case of storing vast amount of data in a very kind of like flexible format. So wide columnar stores, as I mentioned, not very good for kind of like, data where you need to query based not only on row key, but on specific columns and fields. But they're very good with handling low velocity very high throughput data, for example, from sensor logs or from Internet of Things, where you are kind of like having a stream of data coming into your database and you just want to store them very, very fast and very effectively. They also used for storing user preferences, as well as, in some cases, login and write-heavy applications. And last but not least, probably is key value stores. They described as most simplistic of all kinds of NoSQL databases. Their structure is very, very simple. So you would have a key and you would have associated value with it. So they don't have any bells and whistles like, like relationship and many kind of like attributes. You would just have a primary key on which you can query data, and then you can get a value based on that key. They are very good of storing, again, very large amount of data in very plain and simple format, and but they're not very good for applications that need any kind of like structure of a data more than just a value that you can store with your key. And that value actually could be an object, or it could be an array or anything like this, but it needs to be one single object associated with a key. Use cases for key value stores are also very varied. So, for example, you would find them in when you handle in shopping cart data, when you have particular basket associated with particular item, or you would have a reference and configuration data for users and user profiles, where you set in, for example, preference on how you want to access application or what type of a background you want. They also use for a cache management. This is a very prominent use case for them, where you basically accessing a main database, getting the values for your application and storing them locally. And with a key value pairs, you can access those data very efficiently from the local storage until the time that this cache would expire. So this is pretty much main types of NoSQL databases that I wanted to cover, but there is not all. There are some niche and very interesting use cases of databases. So first one that we want to mention is time series databases. They were mainly designed to handle financial transactions or securities, kind of like trading information. So they wanted like a really big amount of data stored in a time series way, presenting like one of the attributes of each table would be a time, and you can, based on this information, you essentially can draw a graph how the particular value is changing over time. So time series databases now used everywhere, again in IoT when we're storing some sensors data, but also in some cases, for example, for a DevOps, when you monitor an IT infrastructure and you get in data from different computers and how they behaving, you also get in this databases used in real-time analytics when you having a stream of data that coming from, for example, like customers when they're buying things, and you're doing financial reporting and financial analysis on these transactions. They also used in such kind of like up-to-date use cases as variables, when you basically have a telemetry coming from devices on you, and kind of like you can analyze and create some applications based on this data, and they all would be using time series of data. In our bookshop example, what we can do is to use time series databases, for example, in conjunction with smart shelves and RFID tags. And that would allow us to make sure that we have information about how much stock is present on the shelves and how customers interact with particular items on the shelves. We also can monitor foot traffic inside the shop in particular times in order for us to optimize a shop layout, or for example, like a layout of a items on a shelf. So those actually very prominent use cases for retail. But not all the databases were a huge success. Some of them were good ideas, but they never took off. One of them is object-oriented databases. They were developed in the 90s, and their main idea was that they're gonna emulate a structure and a data model that is used in object-oriented programming. In that way, you basically would have a same model used when you creating a program, when you specify an object-oriented kind of like objects inside your program, and it would be directly mapped and synchronized with your database. And that way you would have coherency between how you're storing data in your program and how you're storing it in the database. That had use cases around spatial data or knowledge research or something that need a particular object to have a lot of properties and have a lot of different values stored inside it, and you can access it in one kind of transaction in one go, where you don't have to go and look at different tables or look in in a set of tables to get one information. Everything would be incorporated in one object, and that object would be very complex and have a lot of different information incorporated in it. So for that reasons, in theory, they were really good for for example, analyzing banking customer data, where you have all the information about customer put into one place and access in one go. But because they were very complex and they were not very, in some cases, they were not very performant, as they kind of like never had a major adoption across the industry. So now we come into towards databases that becoming prominent at the moment, and we would talk about distributed SQL databases. So in our interconnected world, there is a lot of requirements on top of data. For example, to have it very close to the end customers, who for many websites and many applications are globally distributed. There is also a lot of requirements where data can be actually stored from regulatory point of view. And so there is a need to have a database that can, scale at the global level, and they also can handle a lot of different workloads, and they can scale up and down if needed very easily without interruption to the system. Unfortunately, there is a cap theorem that basically says that any kind of like system can only handle 2 out of 3 requirements, such as consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. So consistency in this case means that if you requesting an information, there would be a guarantee that you would get the latest available copy of this data up to date. Availability means that when you want to query a database, you would get some sort of response. And then partition tolerance is that also set of nodes within a system can be down or unresponsive. It still would not compromise an ability of system to actually respond. So for that reason, distributed SQL databases are trying to come close to actually matching those three requirements in some proximity. So those databases, for that reason, they can be used for very mission-critical systems where you need, for example, distribution around the world, or if you want a logistical system that gives up-to-date information about where your goods are, how they travel in, and what's the inventory in the warehouses, for example. They're also used for storing the metadata. and also for different financial transactions where you need, if you're doing a bank transfer in one location, you want to see the data immediately in another location when you query in a database. So this is pretty much all about type of databases that I wanted to cover. And now we move in towards the question of why actually we use in a databases. As we can see from a history and current state of databases, as they providing kind of like a safe net for your applications where you can have a security controls around your data incorporated in databases, where you can specify who can view and who can access data. They are great when you want to for example, place some restrictions on your schema to make sure that you're getting a quality data coming into your application. They also can reduce an errors and increase consistency of your data. But with that comes quite a few limitations as well. Some databases are very complex to run. They need particular skills in order to design them. When you have an outage for a system that don't have a properly configured, for example, high availability options or disaster recovery options or something like this, and when a disaster actually strikes, you would have an outage that might impact the whole application if the database is not available or some data inside it is corrupted. So also, they bring a lot of advantages when they operate, and we also need to consider all these points so that database not becoming like a single point of failure. And currently, there is a lot of database solutions and techniques how you can prevent this from becoming a disadvantage of your application. So we described a lot of types of databases and a lot of different ways how you can use them. But if you have your own application that you're designing, how would you choose which one to use? And I think the answer is depends. Obviously, it would depend on amount of data that your application would be consuming, a type of data that it would be held in. Demand on how fast you want data to be stored and make available to our customers, as well as like variety of data that you expect in system to be able to handle. So there is a famous 6 or 5 V's of data, and you can see them here. So when you designing your application, when you're trying to choose which database, please do consider all of the metrics that you would know about the data beforehand, and that would really make your kind of like choice of database more informed, and also would select a database that is more suitable for your needs. So to summarize, data and databases now is everywhere. You basically have a database that are evolved over time, and they can support any kind of a use case that you think your application needs. But it's not one size fits all. You need to consider your data, you need to consider your needs, and then make a right choice. So thank you very much for your attention, and I think this is all that I had today.
Thank you very much. That was really good. And so we actually a little bit ahead of schedule. So we will take a 15 minutes break, and then we will come back at 12:30 with Jenny and Air Talks on encouraging more females to invest in technology startups. So thank you again, Svetlana. Have a nice rest of the day. And then see you again in 15 minutes. Hello again. We're back, and I'm gonna pass it over to Jenny for her talk. Hi, Jenny.
Hi there, how are you?
Welcome. I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Yes, very well. Looking forward to today. There's been some great speakers. So,
Same here. So here it is. I'm gonna put your screen up.
yep. Can you see everything okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Shall we get started?
Yes, go ahead.
Brilliant. My name is Jenny Irvine. I'm the co-founder of Raise Ventures based here in Belfast in Northern Ireland. We're going to have a chat today about encouraging more females to invest into tech startups. So let's just have a wee quick introduction about why me. So my early career has always been working with startups as a marketeer. I love the creative piece, the vision piece about founders telling their story. I've been involved on both sides of the table in terms of working with startups looking for investment, and I've also worked as an investor looking for startups. My job as part of Raise Ventures is to mentor and look for investment into early stage startups. And I have a real passion for supporting female tech founders and female investors. When I first came into the early stage startup market as an investor, there were traditionally face-to-face meetings that you went along, listened to startup pitches, maybe had a bite to eat and a drink and networked with people in the room. Traditionally, the angel investor network would be slightly older generation, predominantly male, and in those drinks receptions, I've been asked to go and top up the drinks in the room when actually I was an investor in the room. So I think the perception of female investors isn't, as good as it could be, and I think that's why we want to have the talk today to think about female investing. So it all starts thinking about the audience today, the females working in the tech startups. Looking at some articles, only 17% of women make up the IT specialists in the UK. We know it's dominated by males. We see that females won't always apply for jobs if they don't feel they're 100% qualified. And we need to encourage more females into tech entrepreneurship. And it starts from schools right up into career advice, right up into as you take the first steps into your jobs and throughout the corporate world. And there's some great support locally here in Northern Ireland. I've named a few on the screen. Women Techmakers today putting on this event, Women in Tech Conference coming up next week with Women in Business, Women Who Code, Product Tank, the NI Dev Conference. We need to all support each other. We need to support our local girl gang. I'm proud to say that we run some tech events ourselves. They're monthly, and we have a panel of speakers every month, and 50% of those speakers would be female. So leading on from that, we've obviously got a good range of females move into starting their own businesses and tech startups. We call them female founders. Only 6% of UK women run their own businesses, and compared to 15% maybe across in Canada or America. Only 25% of entrepreneurs in high productivity sectors are in tech are women. Less than 1% of UK venture funding and investment goes into all female teams. And the biggest barrier that females have, there's a couple of things, securing funding is one of them. Reaching out and making those connections and what I mentioned can be quite a male dominated world. Juggling the business, you've got an awful lot of hats to wear, but also the personal commitments. We all know that there's challenges at home in terms of looking after the house and the family as well as running a business. So we've seen that female founders get less than 1p for every £1 that venture capitals invest in UK startups, and that's from a report recently of the British Business Bank. And that's really taken us into an introduction into what we want to speak about today. From the female angels in tech, what are we saying? So let's take a step back. What is angel investing? If you're coming new to this and want to learn a bit more, essentially it's investing directly into startups or scale-ups, and these businesses have potential to grow, scale, and exit and make a return. And what I'm looking to do is encourage more females to think about angel investing. So despite women being responsible for owning over 45% of the UK's wealth, only 14% of them are angel investors. And we've seen that when female investors back female-led startups, they're 21% likely to succeed. Female investors add real diversity to the board and to a team from early stage startups, which is either can be led by male or female founders. And that's where they bring different thought processes, different culture, quite often, but more of a calm approach and just different assets, knowledge, skills, and connections to the startup founders. The founders that we work with are, and particularly in the early stage, are quite often one-man bands, and they need to build their advisor networks and they need to build their community around their startup to help them succeed. And that's where we see the angel investors adding real value. So how do we encourage more angel investors? How do you get started? It's I guess the females, we rather talk about other things. We talk about our work, we talk about our family, we talk about our hobbies. We don't often talk about money. And I think it's something that's coming more to the forefront, particularly seen in the boom in the tech industry in terms of saving apps, money comparison platforms, and trying to get people to think about not just spending money but saving money. And then when you save money, then you've got more disposable income to think about using that money and how you can invest it wisely. Over the last 10 years, opportunities for network and connections with other female investors have definitely increased. We're seeing a boom in terms of angel networks, both online and in person, that are female-led and looking to encourage the collaboration between females. And it's really important that we learn from others. There's experienced angels out there in the marketplace, and we can learn from them what they've done, what best practice looks like, how they've got started, and how we can take the first steps into this space. So when we're looking at angel investing, it's about, as I said, investing directly into those founders. There is potential high return. These founders will need investment into their tech solution. As we all know, working in the tech sector, you make it once and you sell it multiple times. And if you sell it multiple times into a big market, that's where the opportunity comes. And that's where the bigger players who can't innovate as quickly are interested in buying the smaller companies and generating a return. And that's when the exit comes further down the road. In terms of thinking about being an angel investor, we see it as a rising tide lifts all boats. Get involved, get to know the startup founders, help them by your knowledge and your expertise. The tech experts out there are very valuable to founders. We see two sides. We see industry founders that want to solve a problem, but they don't know how to because they don't have the tech experts. And then we have the tech experts who are the software and tech experts, but they don't know how to bring it to industry. And we see both, and they work well together. You use that expertise and knowledge to help those founders succeed. And I'll talk later about in terms of your savings and investment portfolio. Angel investing can help diversify that. For me, as I said, my background is marketing and sales. I didn't know a lot about the tech sector and I wanted to learn more, and that's why I got involved. So you learn about new technology, new business models, and you make new connections as being an angel investor, which is obviously ties into the networking opportunity. I've met some great, not only founders, but angel investors by working in this space. And the local government in the UK offers some tax breaks. They're called SEIS and EIS tax breaks. Essentially, because it's high risk, the government says if you put some money into these high risk companies, you can get a tax break on your income tax at the end of the year. And we have some more information about that in a workshop coming up. There's obviously risks. We have to say, we're not financial advisors here at Raise, but it's risky. It takes time to generate returns, and quite often you hear the number invest in 10 startups and one of them will be successful, and that one will potentially outweigh the risk and losses of the 9 that don't succeed. How do you mitigate that risk? You think about diversifying your portfolio, maybe not just going into things that you know, looking at things that you don't know. As I said, I was in marketing, so I went and looked at tech, looking for good quality deal flow. For an example, last year, I think there was over 7,000 software as a service businesses launched. So the startup ecosystem is there, and as an investor, you have to look for good quality. Obviously, you have to do due diligence and research and understand these companies, understand these founders, and their route to market and how they're eventually going to potentially get an exit. And learn from others. That's what these events are for. Connect with each other, ask questions. There's no question's a silly question. As I mentioned, they have to, these tech founders or industry founders have to build something. It takes time. They have to build it to a point where they've got an MVP and customers want to buy, but then there's continuous improvements and investment goes into making the product commercial and making it interesting for an exit. So we have to be prepared to essentially follow your investment, potentially put in more, and there has to be patience. As I said, I started in this space maybe 10 years ago and invested in a couple of companies, and they're still not quite there, the exit opportunity, so it takes time. So thinking I mentioned in terms of your portfolio, so we talked about, basic savings and investable. So the investable disposable funds, looking after this is a job in itself. You have to think personally, what risk are you willing to take? What return would you like to see? And what access to your money or liquidity you would like to have. And there's a range of options out there. These include everything that you would see in the Daily Telegraph in terms of property and stock market, ISAs and pensions, and that would be the 3 or 4 that the wealth advisors would mention. Then, as I mentioned, there's funds, EIS funds, SEIS funds. We've seen Bitcoin coming to the forefront more recently. And then obviously there's other types of investment like art and wine, to name a few. And I always think about it in terms of 2 things, low risk and high risk. Being able to get your cash back quickly and being able to put the cash in and not worry about it and it'll come back later on. And angel investing is very much high risk and it won't come back till later on. So you need to be able to balance your savings and disposable funds along that spectrum. And when you're thinking about getting started, it only has to be a small amount to get started. As an angel investor going direct, the UK Business Association talk about investments starting from anything from £5,000. And I'll talk later about crowdfunding. Crowdcube, you can get involved with much less into companies just to get a feel for it. So as I mentioned, angel investing, you're taking a percentage stake in these companies. The founder, when they start, they own 100%, and they're essentially selling you a stake in their business and saying, I'm going to work really hard to increase the value of your investment, and we're all going to sell later on. So look to maybe only take a 10 to 20% equity stake, because the founders have to have enough left, the 80%, to be incentivized to grow. Because this is a long-term project and they may not pay a lot of money at the start. So they need to have the incentive of that percentage ownership to encourage them to stay with the company. And there's lots of ways of getting involved. There's hands-off, where you just invest the cash and you just come along and put the money in, and there's a founder and there's a team that use that cash for their business, and there's not a lot of involvement. Right up to being very hands-on, so thinking about talking to the team, thinking about being a board advisor, thinking about mentoring and being part of the process. And getting started, you quite often start at just the money and then work your way up as you learn and get to know these companies. What are you looking for? I guess the audience here all work in tech companies. You know the companies that are good. They have a good team. They have a good tech product. They have a resilient and ambitious founder or founding team. I mentioned earlier, in terms of the customer market, they have a large market of people looking to buy this, the end user, and they have a good business model with good gross margins. There's a school of thought that some investors like to see revenue. We would prefer to call that traction. So when you launch a product, you've got some early stage customers, they're using it, they're giving you feedback, but they're not necessarily paying you just yet. And that can also be seen as traction and market validation. And also these companies can apply to be SEIS and EIS advanced assurance. So it's an assurance to you as an investor that when you invest, you'll get those tax breaks. So that's what you're looking for, to make sure that they've got that document. How do you get involved? There's lots of different ways, and particularly with the advancement of working at home and online pitching events. Attend pitching events, get to know startups, get to know what looks good and what doesn't look good. Get involved with accelerators. There's many throughout the UK and Ireland. There's also an option to think about a syndicate, and that's essentially a group of people that all go in on a deal. They've all talked to each other about it, they all understand it, and the group of money goes in as a syndicate, and you can all help each other in that scenario. Some examples we've seen is, become a board member, become a mentor, become an advisor of a startup before you think about investing. Get to know these founders, get to know what works, what doesn't work, and what interests you. I mentioned earlier in terms of Crowdcube, there was one particular one we supported in terms of Lumino. Recently they went the traditional angel investment route before Christmas, and then they moved into crowdfunding, and actually I think doubled the amount of investment they were able to get access to, and they closed a 1 million investment round on Crowdcube. So it's another way of seeing what companies are out there, getting involved. You don't necessarily have to put a large amount of money into these just to get started. And look for startups on online platforms. There's many platforms available to Angel Investor Network, and Created Capital would be two. UK Business Association would be another. And we all work in the tech sector, but we know that the people behind the deals are the accountants and the lawyers, and they see the deals daily coming across their desks. So they'll know if there's something interesting. So don't forget to talk to them. Where do you look for startups and other angel investors? And wouldn't it be great if we could also find startups and investors that are females? So here's a list of networks, angel groups that I did a bit of research and put together, and the majority of these are female-led. Obviously ourselves here at Raise, we've a female co-founder, and we have 3 out of our 12 founders are female at the moment, and we're focusing to try and increase that. And there's a couple of other angel networks across the UK and Ireland here mentioned that you can go check out their website, check out their events, and just go and learn, and just go and listen and see what they're doing. So I guess, from today, the best support that we can give to the females in tech, the female founders, female investors, is our network and our connections. There is no question that is too small or too silly to ask. And if it's of interest, take those first steps and try and get involved. We need more females in this industry. We need them as workers in the industry. We need them to be founders, and we need to think about investing as well. And if you'd like to get involved, please get in touch with me. Happy to have a chat about how it works and give you some insights, or join some of our events. We have a pitching event called Remote Raise. It's happening on April Fool's Day in the evening. We like to call it Friends, Family and Fools round. It's the first investment round that goes into startups. So we're looking forward to that. And then we run workshops. So we'll be running a workshop specifically on the SEIS and the EIS that I mentioned at the end of April on the 29th. I'll be running those monthly just to try and help people understand a wee bit more about this industry. So I'd be happy to take any questions today, and hopefully that gives you a wee whistle-stop tour of angel investing and female founders.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Jenny. I think that was really great, and everyone feels inspired to invest now. So thank you for your talk. And I think there is no time for question. So I think everyone noted your email address. I will provide that to you directly if they have any question. So thanks again.
Thank
So We're ready for the next talk. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, and we can see your screen.
Perfect, thanks. Just gonna put it in presentation mode. Yeah.
Looking forward to your talk, and
Thank you.
good luck.
Thank you so much. Hi guys, I'm Mehak. I'm working as a business consultant last 13 years, 13 and a half years. And currently I'm working with an insurance provider, and I just moved from AIB, was working with AIB for last five and a half years. And then I worked for Barclays for around 2 years. And before that, I was with the payment service providers and the credit bureaus, etc. So I've worked like my entire 13 years. I have worked with the banking and finance industry, except for 1 year where I worked for the manufacturing industry. But yeah, the agile is like last 6 to 7 years. I remember when this buzzword came in, and every bank in the industry wanted to adopt agile. And so the question is, what is agile, and does it work in banking and finance industry? So before agile, it was a waterfall mode that people used to follow, and it was more about that there's a fixed price that you're allocated, and then the project has to be finished in that fixed price, right? The success or the failure of the project was decided after the project was delivered, and then it was tested at the client end, right? So I remember we spent like so many nights, working in the office, because we had a budget, we had a timeline, and we had to deliver it. And then what happened, right? The project went live, boom, like, there was an error, like there was a bug or something failed, right? So I'd say it was a great way of working, in terms of if you have a fixed budget and price. um, and with all the cost cutting during 2008, 9, etc., right? It was a right way of working as well. But then this concept of agile came in, wherein um, you don't deliver in one go. You deliver a minimum viable, like MVP, you would hear as like the buzzword with the agile. It's the minimum viable product. So you deliver one stream, and then that's like the minimum viable product that the client is getting. They test it, and if they think that's what they expected, they ask you to build on top of it. So it's like building blocks are added as you go, right? So that's agile, basically. Agile, and when it comes to ways of working, right, with my experience so far, there's no right or wrong in agile, right? It's just what works best for you, right? So that's what agile is. You modify your team structure, you modify your ceremonies every day based on what people think, and then what works for you. Does it work for banking and finance industry, especially from like coming from banking background? I think it's very hard, because most of the banking projects are like regulatory projects. It doesn't work, because you always have a strict deadlines, and you do have like a strict budgets as well these days, right? So what banking industry has done these days is there's a mix of agile. What they've done is they've developed a mix of agile and waterfall, right? So you know what your end date for the project is, and what your budget would be approximately, but then you deliver in that MVP, as I talked about earlier, right? So you deliver the first release, you deliver the second release, and then you deliver, on top of it. But there is always a fixed budget, there is always a fixed timelines, like towards the end delivery. I think right now there is a struggle as well. How should bank actually move to the agile completely, or should they adopt this hybrid model that I'm just talking about? So that's what generally, agile is, and how it's working currently with the banking and finance industry. um, But having said that, in terms of the ceremonies, in terms of team building, I feel this works really well because there's more interaction within the team. There's a lot of ceremonies. There's this retrospective wherein teams tell each other what went, or wherein people in the team would discuss what went right, what went wrong, etc. And it's a positive way of working, I'd see, and it's a way of working where improvement is welcome at every point, which was missing in waterfall. So that's it. So how does life, like a requirement gathering, really happen in agile? And apologies guys if I'm like going too fast. I just have like a very limited time slot. So how does the requirement gathering happen, right? So the first, like if you so before the backlog is created, it is more like a consulting process wherein you define the as is, understand the problem statement of the client, and then you come up with the requirements, which is a backlog. But what is backlog? It's basically a epic level, a description of the requirements, so which is very very high level. But once you get that epic level description of the requirements, that's where you interact with the delivery team or the development team and start working on building the product, right? um, so what happens in this process is that the business analyst would engage with the product owner. Now product owner is one of the roles in the agile wherein they're supposed to be like an SME and like supposed to guide you from the business perspective. So if in generally, like business would have like 10 or 12 stakeholders, right? In my general experience, especially in banking, there's legal, compliance, there is actual customer services, or like the stream you're working on, and then there's additional business owners, sorry, the stakeholders. So the job of the product owner is to engage with those business stakeholders and get the entire understanding of the project, right? And the business analyst job is to interact with that product owner and get those requirements in the form of a user story. Now when you write a user story in agile, the best way to is to put yourself in the customer's shoes, right? So or it doesn't have to be a customer, it could be a staff member or whomsoever you are building the product, right? So when I write a user story, I'd started like as a staff member, as a customer, I want a capability to pay for my direct debit, right? So that's just an example. Then what happens is once the deep dive or the engagement with the product owner is done, you engage with the technical architect. Now you walk them through the story, you try to understand what the like, is there a missing point, where you're missing the technical side of it. But just to iterate, what I've learned in the recent, the agile ways of working is that the story is very very functional. You don't get into the solutioning until you engage with the technical architect. So your story till this second point is very very functional. It has no technical element to it, or rather no solutioning element to it at all, right? Once that's done, the PO, the product owner, would say, yes, this is what I'm asking for. It's not baselining the story, but it's agreeing to the business ask of the story. And then you engage. Now what has happened these days, there is a lot of UX element to what is being designed in the banks or in the insurance sector, because it's the end customer using it, right? So you engage with the UX designer and understand what their viewpoint on the story is, or how do they see the look and feel of it, right? And then once the technical architects, now these two people are important because they give you that how is the story going to look like in when it's built, right? And it's good to have their agreement or have them in the same page. And then you have a requirement workshop. This is basically the people from different areas like the UX, the development team, the front end team, the back end team, the testing team, all the QA team getting together in a room and discussing that story. You get like the business analyst and the product owner would get their inputs. And then this is very interesting, which is three amigos. It is just a name, fancy name given for discussing the testing scenarios of the story that you have done, right? So once the people are happy with the requirement workshop, there is another round wherein you engage with the PO again if there are any open questions, make relevant changes to the user story, and then there is this testing phase wherein you discuss. So it used to be a whiteboard session, but right now we're doing it in Excel sheets, wherein the business analyst and the PO would write down all the scenarios, testing scenarios on the whiteboard, and everyone comes prepared with the scenario. So it's not like the requirements or the business job to come up with the scenarios. It's a developer, because they have gone through the requirements in requirement workshop. So it's a developer, it's a tester, everyone is ready with the scenarios. And once this is done, there is this with this test driven development, that's or the user driven development, the testing scenarios are actually written in as a in a customer's putting yourself in a customer perspective. So that's again, once that's done, the user story is baseline. And when this is baseline, this basically means that this requirement is done, and then there is no change, like generally no changes can be made in this requirement. Because if you start making, and it was like it's sort of versioning that used to happen in a waterfall mode, wherein that now development team and the test team is ready to pick up this requirement, and then once the development team picks it up, they develop and it's tested. So there is, before this actually, like this was just high level requirement gathering, there is backlog refinement session, and there is a sprint planning happen before this entire process, wherein a BA commits that, okay, I'm going to finish this process for 4 user stories or 4 requirements, and then by the end of the entire sprint, which is usually 2 to 3 weeks, we deliver a product, or not, we really don't deliver, but there is like a sprint demo done to the product owner. Okay, this is the first screen capturing customer information that we worked in this sprint. So that's high level how the process works. And then who's responsible for different ceremonies in Agile is just another slide that I have in here, but I'll share the slides with you guys. I know I'm just like running out of time now, so thank you so much. And if you have, I'll share my email address. If you guys have any questions any point of time, please do let me know. Handing it over to you. Thanks.
Thank you. So we will have a break now and be back at 1:30. Hope you take the time to have some lunch and enjoy the break, and see you back at 1:30.
And inside this gray box, there is also some text which could be styled. So you can add, font size, font weight, just like we do it in CSS. And the container can also be styled. So you can add width, height to it, and some color to it. Now, if you see, I have declared a variable in which I have stored the container value, but you don't have to do that as well. You can actually say new container. The child is text. So basically, this is a parent-child, kind of architecture where parent is container, the child is text. So what happens is the child adapts to its parent. The child widget over here is text and it will adapt to the container widget, so that automatically whatever text you declare will come inside the container. And you have mentioned the width and height of the container, you have given it a color as well, so accordingly the child widget will try to adapt itself to its parent widget. Sounds good? Okay. Did you all install Flutter on your IDEs? Like, have you download the setup? If you haven't, I can suggest you an alternative, but please let me know if you have or have not installed Flutter. Okay, I see 3 of you who have installed. Okay, for the rest of you, in case you haven't installed Flutter, let me quickly share a link with you. It's dartpad.dev. So this is like an online editor as well as a place where you can compile your application and run. Obviously, you may not get the features that you would get on an IDE with the Flutter setup, but that's still okay as long as you are able to see your output running for this session. All right. So so if you have installed Flutter, I would suggest you to follow the steps along with me to start your first Flutter application. So say you're creating a new Flutter project. Can you see my screen, by the way, while I'm sharing the steps with you? Okay. I don't think you are able to see my setup. Let me share the entire application with you. One sec. Okay, so here, now can you see my IDE and, the other things in my IDE? If someone can unmute yourself and let me know, because I'll have to go back to the... Okay. So what you have to say is you're creating a new Flutter application. Next, call it something like, say, Flutter, IWD, UKI, or any app project name of your choice. Mention the place where you have stored your Flutter SDK, the path of your Flutter SDK. In my case, I have stored it in my downloads folder inside the Flutter folder. And also mention the location at which you would like to basically store your project. And you can change the description. A new Flutter application for IWD UKI is something I like to say. And then just say next. Package name. Now, if you are working on a production level application or for a company, then you'd like to mention the domain of your company. Like, for example, if you work with Google, you would say com.google. The app name. This will help you while you're deploying your applications on Play Store and App Store, because these are the things that they usually match, and it helps you creating your uniqueness and other things while you're deploying it on these platforms. And once you're done with this, just enter finish. Okay, I just got an error here, but just hold on. Okay, I literally don't know what has happened all of a sudden. Um, okay, what I'll do is I'll work on an existing application. Let me try one more time. This is like really surprising to me. Okay, all right. So for now, I have just opened my existing project so that at least I have an IDE to work on. I prefer working with Android Studio. The reason being, I was an Android developer in the past, so I'm very much comfortable with this setup. But if you are using VS Code, that's also fine. It also has really good features. In that case, you would have to install the emulators separately, and I hope you all were able to get those steps with the prerequisites that I had shared for this workshop. If you have any questions, let me know, and I'd like to answer them. If not, I will get started with writing the app. Okay, so just give me 1 second. I'll see if I can still open this. Okay. So the code that you would see on your screen is a little different than mine. The reason being, I'm not able to start a new Flutter application, and I really don't know why. But let's not lose hopes over here. I can still tell you how to run this. Before that, were you all able to create a new Flutter project? Okay, there's no answer from you. Were you able to start a project? Okay, how do I know if you are able to follow me or not? Do you need any help? Are you stuck somewhere? Okay, was able to create a project. Good. Yes, Bridge, you can also use CodePen, but I would suggest you to get started with that because it has a lot more functionality than just the CodePen. Okay, anyone who needs help with the installation? Okay. Okay, if that's the case, I'll start talking about it again and hope that you're able to follow me. So, when you create a Flutter application, by default, it will give you a counter app, which means when you click on the counter, you are able to increment the counter, and accordingly, the text keeps on changing. In Flutter, everything is widgets, right? From the buttons, images, text, everything that you see on the screen are widgets. And if you want to change anything on the screen, is what you would do is just change the widgets accordingly. In that case, over here, by default, when you start a new Flutter project, you can see a counter application. And there are two types of widgets. So widgets fall into two categories. One is stateful widgets and the other is stateless widgets. Stateful widgets are what? The ones who change their appearance with the user interaction. So if I click on a button, if something changes, then that's stateful widget. But if the screen does not change or nothing happens with user input, then it's a stateless widget. Now by default, you see that the application which is created for you is a stateful widget. And what happens is every time as a user you click on that counter button, the counter keeps on incrementing and the text changes accordingly. So this is an example of stateful widget. Today I'm going to help you create a login page using Flutter. But before that, I'd like to show you a few concepts or widgets in Flutter and how you could customize those. And then later on, we can quickly create a login screen. So just give me 1 second. I'll remove the code which was there before. Okay. So if you go to the screen, is the font visible enough or you want me to zoom it a little bit? Like, can you see the code? I'll quickly increase the size of the font so that you can see a bigger font. Oh, I don't know why this is not working. I guess this is a bad day to go for a live today, but I'm still hopeful things are going to work. So by default, you see that they have created a class called as My App, which extends as a stateful widget. Now, what we have to do is call it as a stateless widget, because in login screen, when the user clicks on something, then nothing happens. Like, in your login screen, what you're going to have is text input fields where user can add their names, password, and just a submit button. And once the user clicks on submit button, you want them to go on to the next screen where there will be more information about your app. So in this case, nothing changes, right? And that's why we are going to call it as a stateless widget. So call it as my class extends a stateless widget, and we are going to override whatever things were there in my app before, and these are the things which we would like to reflect in the app. So you are going to declare a widget tree starting from here. So what I say over here is widget build context, and then return a material application. Now, why we are using material app is the reason is that material is a standard developed by Google, UI standard, and it has a lot of thought process behind, and considering different types of users and user interaction patterns, a lot of research done. They have designed something called as material design. And what we are going to do is create an app which is a material app. We are going to give a title to it. There is going to be an app bar. We are going to set the theme of the application so that it has standard color, font, and everything. And then we are going to write exactly what the user sees when they run this application. So here, if you see return a material app, and the title is something like, say, Flutter demo, or whatever title you would like to give to your application. You can just say Flutter UK and Ireland, something like that. And the theme. So here is where you can set the color, font, and everything for your application. So theme data, inside which you are adding the primary swatch color of your application. I chose blue, but you can change that as well. So if you want to change the primary color of your application to something else, say you want to make it a blue gray color, you can still do that. And that's it. That's how you basically change the color of your application. And then here I'm going to run the function or the class login page where I have actually declared the widget tree and how the first login page is going to look like. So what happens is, when you run or compile this application, the compiler is going to run the main method, inside which this my app method is there. In the my app method, you have declared the theme of the application, and then it calls the login page method. Now inside the login page is where you have described how your login page will actually look like. So that's what it is about. And you can declare multiple classes like this. So if you want to declare the second screen of your application, so if I just call it, say, second page, stateless widget. and then I can add override method to it and other things. And if you don't want to write all of this code, you can directly use the shortcuts. So what you have to do is just say STLESS and just add the name of your class. The rest of the things will be taken care by the application. So by your IDE. This is a key IDE shortcut where you don't have to write all these lines of code. You just say STFUL and the stateful method will be declared. If you just say STLESS and then the stateless method will be declared. So that's a hack. Now, let's come to the login function. So far, any doubts, any questions from all of you? No questions? Okay, I will increase the font size. Okay, is this font better? Like, are you able to see my screen better? Oh, hack works. Nice. Nice to know that, Goopy. My app is class, right? Not method. Yeah, so inside the class, you're declaring a method is what I was referring to. Okay, I hope this font is better than what I showed you previously. Now, what this login page class is going to do is it's a stateless widget and it's going to override whatever declarations happened before it came into existence. So before login page method was run, whatever things were there, it's going to override all those implementations and it's going to declare its own implementation. So widget build context and then this part like scaffold is exactly where we are going to start writing our Flutter application. So scaffold is like a basic structure to your application which just gives it does nothing but just adds framework to your application. So say if you are constructing a building, then all those rods and other things come into picture later, but the basic framework or the base that you set is scaffold. And in this scaffold, you are declaring an app bar. So what is app bar? Something that you see on the top of the screen where the application name is there and other things that you see. So that is app bar. And if you want to add customizations to this app bar, change the name and other things, you can do that. So the title is login page is what I have mentioned, but you can just say login screen for that matter or anything else that you would like to show. It can be say WhatsApp or whatever app name you would like to give. And once the app bar is done, below that is the body of the application where you would see the text field, images, buttons, and everything that is there in the app will go inside the body. Now, what I wanted to achieve over here is I wanted to make sure that this application works on multiple screens. So some phone sizes are small, some are big. But if the phone size is small and if multiple widgets come one after the other, the last widget or the last few widgets may not have enough of space for themselves. And this is where you might start seeing errors while you're debugging your application. And when you actually run this application or deploy this application, the user may not actually know there was something on the screen beyond what they could actually see. And that is why you want to add a scrolling effect to it. So all the widget or the widget that comes inside this single child scroll view is going to be scrollable. And then I wanted to align all the input, all the things in the application in the center. So I wanted the app to look clean and nice, and that's why the child of the single child scroll view is center is what I picked. And then in center of this application, we may start adding anything that that we want to populate on the screen. Now, say I want to declare a text. So what I do is child text and say hello UK. This is something I want to put as a text. I could just add that. So if you were to declare a text in your application, you simply use the text widget and you declare the text that you would like to print on the screen inside single or double quotes, whichever you like. Both of them work. Okay, cool. So this is how text widget works. There is more. So if the UI of the application is much more clean if the widgets are neatly aligned. So they say that things look better in a table format, in a column and a row format. So if you were to declare a column in Flutter, then you can just say child column, and the column can have multiple children. So inside the column widget, if you would like to add text widget and just say hello world, and if you would like to do that multiple times, then you can add multiple text widgets. Hello UK. And you want to do more over here, like you want to add more text widget, or maybe you want to add an image after this. So if you want to show an image in your application, what you do is image.network. This will help me to populate an image from the network. So say I go to google.com to search some images of UK, and I just say UK images, and I want to show, say, this image in my application. So I'll just select the image address, I copy it, and I add the source link over here. So this link will be shown in my application. Do you want me to run this first and see, you want to see how this works in Flutter? Okay, I'm going to quickly compile my app and show you how it works. Are you all able to follow? Any questions so far? Okay, I just see 2 hands coming up. I hope it's not getting too complicated for all of you. Okay, just give it some time. My application has started compiling and we'll be able to see the result shortly. Till then, if you have any questions, let me know. Will it build an APK file? No, it will not build an APK file. For now, I'm running it on emulator. So emulator is just a simulated version of your mobile app. In case you don't have an emulator installed, you can run it on your phones directly. Like you can actually run it on your physical phone. For that, what you would have to do is go to developer options in your phone settings and change it to developer of and then you will be able to, then you can just connect your phone to your code and select to run the application on your phone as well. Are you able to see my emulator, by the way, or like, can you see the emulator? Okay, can see. Okay. It's taking time to load. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to run the application. That's crazy. I just forgot to run the application. I'm so sorry about it. I just started my emulator and I forgot to run. But shortly you'll be able to see the results. So my Gradle is compiling. Once the Gradle is compiled, so my application has no errors. It has passed all the compilation checks. Now the Gradle is going to compile, and once the compilation is done, the application will run. Okay. If the app is installed on the simulator, and okay, so can you see there is hello world, there is hello UK, and the image that we took from the site, which has come on the screen, and the app bar where we had put the text as login screen. You can choose to write something else as well, where I can say IWD, UK, and and now if I quickly want to see how this looks, I can click on the Flutter hot reload option, where without actually compiling the entire code, only the area where the recent changes were made will be compiled and run, and we can immediately see those changes on the screen. So see, the app bar text has changed from IWD UK to IWD UK and I from login screen. Uh, were you all able to follow so far? And then I can tell you more about text field and other things. Okay, I can see some happy faces now. Nice. Okay, so now what we are going to do is I can actually explain you the structure of the application, and then we can start writing the code. So what I'm going to do is add two text input fields. One is to ask the user name, the other is to ask the user password, and then a submit button. Now here I want to add some space between the input field one after the other, the submit button. So just to make sure the app looks clean. So now I'm going to remove this column widget and add some padding first. And the padding is, I prefer to add say 20 pixel padding to my application. So padding is also a widget which is inbuilt, and I want to add equal padding from all the sides as 20. You can also add different padding from different sides. So if you want to make it different from left, right, top, and bottom, you can also say that. But for now, I have added from all the sides. And then once I have a padding of 20 pixels from all the sides, first of all, let's add an image. Right now, we'll add an image from the network. The reason being, this also helps you to run the application and share it with multiple people who don't have the image, who also have the image accessible on internet. If you add an image from your machine, that's also possible. I can also show you that. But the drawback of that is, if you share this application with your friend and many other people, they may not have access to the local image on your machine, and that's why they may not be able to see the image. And that's why I chose to show an image from the network. Now, after this is done, I have added an image from the network, and this widget is complete. Now let's add up some padding again. Now that we have multiple widgets, we want to add it into something which will help us basically add the scrolling effect that I was talking about. So rather than choosing the widget as a child, let's add a list widget inside which we can add multiple widgets which can be scrolled. So what we are going to do over here is, instead of single child scroll view, we are going to say list view, and then list view has children. We can add padding. Sorry. Okay, then we are going to add text. Text field, and I can add what you want to ask the user name. So okay, text field, we add some decoration to it. Decoration. I'll explain you the syntax as well, but I'll finish writing my code first. Okay, so I have done what? I have added a list view of widgets. I have added some padding first, uh, 10, 20, whatever you choose. And then I have added an image. So around the widget, there is some padding of 20 pixels added. After that, you will see a text field. And I have tried to customize this text field by adding an outline border to it. It is round on the side, so from the left and right side you'll see it's rounded, and you can add the color of the border. So I have added the color as blue gray, and the radius of this border. And then the hint text, which you may ask the user with some inputs or anything. So that was my first text field. Similarly, I'm going to copy this for the password field. And here I'm going to, so while you ask the user to basically enter their password when they are writing their password, you want the password to be, masked into asterisks or rounds, dots. So to do that, you can say obscure text, and it's a Boolean value, so you can say true. So what will happen is when the user types their password, it will be masked into asterisks like stars or dots, which will give that input field of a password coming. If I were to run this much of the application, see, I have added an image and then there is name and password. Now, if you see, there is no space on the left and right side and between both the widgets of enter your name and password. The reason being, I did not add padding to it. Now, if I were to quickly add some padding to it first, what I'm going to do is add it inside a padding widget. Okay, and then if you see this, I added padding to the password field and there is a 20 pixel padding coming up. I'll do the same thing quickly to the username field as well. Now, if I refresh the changes, oh, I added padding in the wrong this thing. Sorry about it. Yeah. So now if you see, I have made the application look a little more cleaner because I added the image, I added 20 pixel padding around it, and then I added the enter your name and password field, and I added some padding to it. Were you able to follow the code so far? And I know we are like already short of time, so a question to the organizers: can I continue, or you suggest me to share the link of my GitHub repo, which okay, 12 minutes will be great. I can actually quickly show how you add a button as well in that case. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now what we are going to do is we'll add a button as well. So what we are going to do over here is we want an elevated button because this has to pop up nicely on the screen so that the user knows that they have to click on it to go on to the next screen, or for the next actions to come on. And that's why I have used an elevated button. We will also style it, but even before that, let's add a child to it. So what text do you see on the screen, as you see the button, is the child widget. So if I create a submit button, I would like to add a text, something like, say, submit, and this is what I'd like to see on the screen ideally. So I added a child called as text, and this is an on pressed method where you are basically saying what happens when the user clicks on it. And here we'll say do something when the user clicks on the button. But before that, let's try to style this button. So what I'm going to do is add some styling to it. Style buttons. Button style. And then I'm going to add the shape of the button first. Like, let's try to change the shape of the button. And I'm going to say material button. Ignore the errors. I'm going to remove them shortly. Okay, I think I'm missing something. Give me 1 sec. I'll try to find out what's missing. Oh, okay. I figured out what went wrong. you see my screen by the way? I remember I stopped presenting. Okay. I think I stopped presenting. Okay. So what I have done is I have added an elevated button. I have added styling to it. And this styling is based on the material properties, material design properties. I have added a rounded rectangular border. I have given some radius to it and the color to this button. So similar to what we did with text input field, similar styling I have added. On pressed, we want something to happen, but I am not writing that method as of now. And the text is submit. Now, if I were to compile this application, can you see there is a border to this button rounded from both the sides and the text that we have added. So this is a simple login page. You see a header image, you see a name, password field, and then submit button. You can customize this as you like, but this is a small login page. Were you able to follow what I shared today and any questions so far? Someone has unmuted themselves. Okay. If there are no questions, do you want me to share the link of my GitHub code in case you want to follow this offline? Okay, I will share the link of my GitHub code in case you want to follow this offline as well. There is one question by Hitesh. How can we set the image to hold the whole page? Yes, that's also possible, Hitesh. So in case you want to do that, then you can change the height and the width of the image. So here in this image, what I can do is I can change the height and I just say double dot infinity. And if I say the width is also double dot infinity, then the height of the image will be the height of the screen and width also will be the width of the screen. And this is how it will look. It will maybe it gives some error because there are other widgets as well. Yeah, we see some errors here. We may not able to run this code with this code that we have written because we have said that there are other widgets which are also going to follow after this image widget, and that's why it has thrown some errors. But I can just say height as say 40 or 200. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for telling me. One second. Okay, so if I customize it to height as 200 and width as double dot infinity, then the width of this will be adapted to this phone's screen and height as 200, but maybe we try to make it even more sharper. Okay, this is still giving error, and the reason being, we have said that we want other thing. We have added a padding of 20, and then we are giving it a height and width, and that's why it's not able to match. So I'll have to remove the padding widget and then load the image, and then I can see basically that the image takes the size of the screen. Okay. Till then, any other questions like the text boxes will be on the top of the image or below the image. It's up to you how you want to add it, Gopi. That's how you would like your application to look like. You can choose to add the image. You may choose to not add the image at all. That's completely your choice. And if you want to learn more about Flutter, I can quickly share some links with you which you may find helpful. Yeah. So this is the link flutterdev.docs where you see a lot of helpful resources. You can also choose to join a community around you where you can learn with people just like you who would like to get started with Flutter or are passionate about Flutter. And I'm really excited and looking forward to seeing your apps. So I have shared my Twitter handle. Let's stay in touch on Twitter. In case you get stuck with something along the way, let me know and I'll be happy to help you that time. Thank you everyone for bearing with me and I hope you like the session. See you soon. Bye.